Ride with the pump, ride with the strap, ride with commando attack. Got the Glock with suppressor attached. I'm smoking out that gas. We're driving out the mag gloves. Yo, Jimbo, turn up. Jimbo, turn up. Jimbo, turn up. Hey. Jimbo, Jimbo, strapped like Rambo, strapped like Commando, strapped like what's it? Oh shit, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say, fuck, what's that guy's name? Strapped like Rambo. What's the guy that rhymes with Rambo? I was just about to say it. Kimbo. Got them guns like Kimbo Slice. You know that big ass dude? Big ass dude, Kimbo Slice, man. Strapped like Rambo. Hit like Kimbo. Got a lot of ammo. Smoking out the big dope. Pull up at the castle. Pull up in the two dope. Smoking at the big dope. Strapped like Rambo, hit like Kimbo, playing games like Jimbo, smoking out the big dough, whipping out the castle, flipping out the two dough. Snub nose with potato, snub nose with potato. Jimbo Commando. I make so much music, I don't even know my own music.
all times. well, the premise behind C5 is meditation. And
besides the 2 photos I showed you of them taking it, everything else is all mine.
okay,
All photos by Richard McGill. All craftsmanship, skill, bodacious bewilderment, stupendous scalawagalicious, alien.
Yeah, that's fine. So, when you were approached by these aliens in your house, walk us through that experience. I don't need to see the pictures in a book. I'd like to get what you experience with these aliens. When you said, "Hey, let's party," I mean, let's lay it out, man. What did you guys do? Did you guys hang out? Were they transparent? Did you talk to them? Was it a physical? Was it physical? Was it mental? Was it projected?
No, after
it's very. You have a very interesting topic. I'm just trying to cut through how you actually had this encounter.
Sure. So after the whole locking onto my cell phone and clouds moving and stopping, like a day or two, I stepped into the shower. A day or two after I stepped into the shower, and I noticed rudimentary alien faces. My townhouse was a pigsty at the time, and so then I'm really looking in, like, what's going on? Is like it's not your imagination, but you can see the energy, And a couple times, like a light being has come down towards me, but it's more. It's not really like flesh and bone aliens. I haven't seen that's never happened. From what I've read, that they can't really step onto Earth, or they can't breathe our air. So I mean, that's just other people's their claim to the mind. But I've never seen something flesh and blood.
We've got text. It looks like he's back online.
I'm wearing the wrong hat tonight.
I was thinking it was something simple, but really not to that extent of simplicity.
So anyway, I am here, Richard. It's great to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Unfortunately, I missed everything that y'all been talking about for the last 30 minutes.
All right, take 2 begins right now. Hi guys, I'm Richard.
You know what? Give me the Reader's Digest version. I walked in and you were talking. Rob had talked to you about aliens. You said that you haven't seen anything.
Except an alien fish and magnetic tomahawk gift from aliens. We're talking also about how I communicate with them. It's not like I'm not like Angel Twitter. She's like brown, but I had that picture. And another case, so another example of show you if we can see. That's it, and that's the other side. So the other side of it, but that's one clear little eye. It's not seaweed. It's not a fishing lure. I have I'm trying to get it analyzed, but I'm a complete nobody, right? So it's so hard to get some actual scientific
Wait,
backing
put
of
that
it.
back up. Put that back up there again, and I'll make it bigger. So
One clear little eye. So it's not a fishing lure. It's not a seaweed. It's not a seed pod. I found it outside my bedroom door after just asking him, "Let me try some of your food."
I'm keeping my mic muted.
about time I used it. Okay. Bob, you're going to want to core at this site? Roger. We'd like to get number one priority. We'll use a black sample.
Curious if there were any plans to use the hunchball clamp monopod on an outside EVA or through the
He doesn't want that. He wants to be free. Why must the president be free from that? Because the president has to decide what's good. The president has to be free to decide, maybe sometimes against internal
Turn up.
maybe sometimes against the pressures of the special interest groups, to decide to implement the policies that are going to be best for you. Not for himself, not for the special interest groups, but maybe they do give $10 million, but that shouldn't matter. Why does that have to do with you and your family and your children? That's just key to keep in mind. All right, this is really a battle cry, a rallying cry. Let's go on. Let's look again at the webpage that has some of these quotes in it. After he laid
think I only had one person that did not want to be in the book, and that's because they did not want to be involved in the subject anymore. So I 100% respect that. I had a nice long conversation with that person, and you know, that was interesting. So yeah, that's kind of how it was, Matt. I just kind of tuned for a couple more books from the first list, so just kind of working through that now.
Who stood out like the most to you, would you say, out of everybody that you talked to and interviewed, that had maybe the most influential thoughts on the subject for you personally?
Yeah, that's so tough because I've been asked that question before, and sometimes even like when Dana and I do the podcast, it changes every week.
Yeah, because we're like, oh my God, he was so cool, or she was so awesome, and then you're like, oh my God, we're never gonna meet. Oh,
Julian
we're
Chat.
never. Hey, girl.
I don't know.
So for me, I know what it is for mine, because as a podcaster interviewing, it was definitely Ron Moorhead.
Yeah.
So which was, because I'm definitely like when it comes to Bigfoot, I really believe that it's just biological. But Ron opened my mind a little bit, and he's just a really cool dude. Like super spiritual, super kind, full of love, kind of like. I was really impressed with Ron Moorhead.
Yeah, and there's so many. I can't pick one. I wish I could. That sounds like so political right now. That I'm playing the middle. I'm not going to pick one. But I remember. But you know what? Some one that kind of didn't surprise me. Diane Stocking, which is not because she's on the outside. She's kind of a tough woman. If you don't know her, and that's great. I love it. And I wasn't sure. I was timid about interviewing her when I did the book. I just didn't know how it was going to go. And
she is the best.
It was so fun, and I just had a blast.
Yeah, it was cool.
And every single interview had a different dynamic, and just had a bunch of fun. There's a couple that I had a lot of fun. There's a gentleman by the name of Crochet in Kentucky. Thomas is great.
Flipping it, whipping it, dipping it, smoking that shit. I'm flipping it, whipping it, dipping it, smoking that brick. I'm whipping it, flipping it, dipping it, smoking that shit. Hey. Whipping it, flipping it, dipping it, smoking that. Whipping it, flipping, I'm whipping it, flipping it, dipping it, smoking that brick. Hey.
why are they covering it up?
I'll take this one first.
Yeah.
Yo, what up, DJ?
some more intelligent than humans, some a little less intelligent, or maybe similarly intelligent. And what does that mean for everyone? It changes everything. It changes our entire relationship to the natural world. It reopens and the deeper sort of conversations that we have about our beliefs and the afterlife. And there are all kind of host of things that change because of this. A host of things that change because of this discovery. And think about other discoveries that have done this for us as well. Discovering when the West discovered the Americas and everything. I mean, it totally changed the way we thought about the world. And it changed the West. It changed the people who lived here before the West got here, in very bad ways for them. And everything was different after that. So I think that we've kind of forgotten that can still happen, right? I think that's really the lesson here. We've forgotten that can still happen, that these huge changes can still occur, and we've gotten really comfortable with this incremental change that we just we'll learn a little something new, and like our PhDs, like they'll learn a little new thing about quantum something or whatever, but it's just like this incremental change. We don't believe that a sort of tectonic shift can occur in what we know, what we think we know, that could rewrite everything. And I think that's the potential, and I would argue is the potential of these topics.
I want to, and I'll put you guys up on the screen. It's very thought-provoking, but to give a little bit of further context, if we were to take the person in the government who's come public, of all the people that have the most information about cryptids, paranormal, and ufology, and I'll include Bigfoot in cryptid, right? Lou Elizondo is the most knowledgeable person, the most read-in person to come public, who quit his job in the Pentagon because they wouldn't allow him to brief Secretary of Defense, I believe, James Mattis at the time. So he quit in protest because they wouldn't let him brief him on what he knew. The jarring things that he said about this that make any of us uncomfortable is he said, what if everything that your parents told you, that your teachers told you in school, that what your pastors told you is not how it really is? Now, what he knows and what he's been informed that caused him to say that, we can only guess, because he's not going to break his NDA and put himself in jail. But it's very jarring when you say, what if everything you learned was true, was not really how it is? So if you apply that, if you extrapolate that out to Bigfoot, that is the mindset that somebody like me, who hasn't been in this very long, I'm studying it harder than I'm studying UFOs. I'll put it to you that way. But I come into it being, we don't know everything. We think a lot of things, and there are a lot of things that are evident. There's a lot of evidence that we can draw conjecture from and say, this is evident about this creature. What's beyond that? Don't know. So with that, give you guys some stuff to think about. Let's go with Cabby Goodbye, starting with Matthew now.
It's been great. Really enjoyed this one. It was nice meeting the two of you. I hope the Bigfoot conversation continues in the future between us. Yeah, I'm just kind of sitting here in awe of the conversation that's just taken place here. And
it's
I've
been
really
a pretty cool
enjoyed talking to
conversation.
you guys.
Definitely a lot different than our normal conversations, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But you know what? Before I go to Debs, I would like you guys to just talk about. I'm going to put your website. Julie typed it up here. There it is, right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. You got it. Go ahead and do what you just did. And go ahead and please promote everything you guys got going on. It's all going to be in the show notes, everything that you've given us. But please go ahead and speak about it.
Sure. So, if you go to the BigfootInfluencers.com, I try to keep that updated with how you can buy the book, how you can follow the podcast, continuously work on trying to get some influencers data in there so we can connect the world with all of the other folks like Matt and folks that are out there. And if you go to YouTube, go to the Untold Radio Network. and you'll find our podcast as well as 8 or 9 of them. And there's all kinds of podcasts. There's not just Bigfoot podcasts. So again, this Doug Hychak, who Deb actually was the first to capture the giant squid on film and living in its natural habitat. So that's pretty. So that's Doug Hychak, who's and
Awesome.
sons Blaine and Alex. So yeah,
Alex,
just go to bigfootinfluencers.com and you can find us.
Yeah, and our podcast is mainly, it's just introducing the world to all of the people in the world of Bigfoot who have an influence. And so you get to know these people, you know, we crack up with them, you get to know a little bit about their personal lives, but then, you know, we hear their witness experience. And so you're just getting to know the researchers and the influencers. And our approach to it is, at least mine is to come at it from like, kind of like, so people who are new into the subject can easily watch it. But at the same time, it's not boring to people who already know a lot of stuff already.
I love your questions. You guys worked hard to keep Jeff Meldrum on track and make sure that he's saying it for the lowest common denominator. I felt your pain as a podcaster. I was in the gym working out, listening to it. It's great.
And he's awesome.
He is awesome.
I love him. I want to get him on the show. I really do. So Debs, go with your cabbie goodbyes, please, ma'am.
Yes, I wanted to say thank you for coming. You guys were amazing. I'm really intrigued by what you've done with the book. I'm probably going to end up buying that, even though I said I would stop buying books. And I hope that you are going to come back one day to talk to us, because I'd like to know a little bit more about the conferences and just all the data that you guys are getting. I love data.
Yes, Deb, it was nice meeting you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been awesome having you guys with us, and I know you guys study influencers and promote them, but you've influenced us tonight, and I really appreciate that. You know, it's inspiring to see the work that you're doing, and it's really cool to see the chemistry that you have. It's not often where you find a couple that is both into the same thing, like about with these kinds of topics. At least I speak from my own experience in that regard.
Well,
my
they
wife
do
sort of
say
tolerates.
couples who Bigfoot together stay together.
I love that. Well, I'm glad to hear that's true. So I think that's really exciting, and we're rooting for you guys, pulling for you, and excited for the things that you'll do. Looking forward to the second book, Tim, that you're working on. And here's to
that was a funny one.
Hopefully we get that kind of validation that we're hoping for.
Thanks, Nathan.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and for finally, I want to say thank you so much. You guys came in the chat. You asked great questions. We connected after the show on DM. And for people who are rookies like us, you know, that other than Matt, I mean, we don't really know very much. Nathan introduced me to the Bigfoot topic. I was completely caught off guard, threw my entire world into a spin. I was like, oh my God, I got to find out and try to understand Bigfoot, and I'm enjoying so much. But for yes, sir.
If you get the book, DJ,
yes, sir,
it'll bring you into the world.
I will get the book, my friend. I need to read I actually just bought one that we had Terry Wendell on, and we bought the one about the Meadow Project in Alabama. I just started reading that one, but I will get your book as well and read your book.
Thanks,
But
DJ.
no, thank you. I really appreciate, like I said, you guys taking our show seriously, coming in the cab, seeing how we do it, and just acknowledging
awesome.
us.
I love your energy. Love it, because when I try to get all energetic and happy, Tim like starts kicking me under the table, like, stop being so goofy. But I love your energy.
Thank you so much, man. We just try to do a show that's us, and the reason why is it's authentic. You know what Nathan's doing. He's not giving you anything extra. He's just doing him. Debs, same thing with Matt, who's a new cabbie here, and myself. This is just me. You know what I mean? And
That's cool.
I just to Suffolk. I mean, I had a sighting in 1982 of a UFO. I didn't talk about it for my entire Air Force career. My wife didn't even know. My brother and my father didn't even know. My mother didn't know. So, because I didn't think anybody would believe me. So, I'm one of the people that would, that you would be bringing into the light. You know what I'm saying? So it's been great to be able to come and talk about it and not be ashamed, So Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys.
Thanks,
we'll,
guys. It was great
you know,
being
guys.
here.
This
Thank
was
you.
Amazing.
Yeah, we will speak to you again. And for Mr. Matt Knapp, for Debs, for Money Nathan, and for Tim and Dana, this is DJ saying peace.
Bye,
One
guys.
love. We'll see you down the road, and we always wonder what's up around the bend.
Take care, guys. Thanks again for having us so much.
Harmful and vicious. second hour of the show, we're going to be diving in with Tom King on the whole, what do you call it? Phoenix Lights event. It's the anniversary today, and it's something we have to go ahead and cover. And on that note, let's go ahead and get to the audience and get to people so we can get this thing rolling. Hello, everyone. Good to see you, DC. Welcome to the show. Susan goes Goff's time traveling pangolins. Yes, Phoenix Lights occurred on March 13th, 1987. Gray Trolls around. Good to see you. DC is here. Fascinated by the Phoenix Lights. I think we all are in our second hour. That's going to be one hell of a conversation, to say the least. Let's see who else we have out there. John Dillinger, you're around. Kelly Broad, happy Monday, everyone. Purple Hearts. Yeah, good old me. Sick as hell today, honestly. I feel horrible from all this shit, literally, and hope the show pulls me out of it for a bit. Expect a shorter than usual tonight. We'll see how long I can pull on today. Better yet, let's see how far the guests can pull me along today. I'm looking forward to it. Great Troll, good to see you, my friend. John Dillinger, I've welcomed you already. Mike Sukloff.
We went through the financial collapse of 2008, and we
chat, and it's in the back. We can talk to you shortly. I am just a little bit off. Well, but that's okay. Avi M, hello everyone. Don't stress it, Thomas. Take care. Oh, you're gonna see, Avi. We're going to be having a good time inspired by one of your posts on Twitter. I'm so happy that you can make it here today. Kelly Brout, thank you very much for the nice wishes. Our Ranch Airgun Fun Channel. Artie, get over here. Artie. That is the cue.
the end of the world or secret societies or an agenda, things going on, the end of the world, for instance. This stuff has been going on for thousands of years. And it's nothing new. And when we talk about the Knights Templar today, two things come to mind: secrecy and Monty Python and the Holy Grail. That's that's pretty much it, right?
Your mother smells of elderberries.
But it's true.
I mean, and to be fair, I mean, the Templar Order started the original banking system. It really started out from if people wanted to go visit the Holy Land, they could deposit money in one of the Templar commanderies in, let's say, France or England, and then they could travel to the Holy Land, and they would be less of a chance of them getting robbed by thieves because they wouldn't be carrying any money on them. And then when they got to the Holy Land, they were able to present a note to the commandery in the Holy Land, and then the Templars were able to give them that amount of gold back. So that was essentially banking to begin with. I mean, that was the foundation of the check system, and certainly the credit system that we have now. And the Templar Order took a little fee for doing that. And that little fee added up, and that's part of what made the Templar Order so wealthy for a time.
When all of that ended, and we go up to, say, Friday the 13th, right? If we go to that period of history, let's correct a few things, or maybe these things are already correct. But one of the main concerns was the Templars' wealth and banking system that they had built up. And in a lot of cases, it rivaled, the monarchies and governments of Europe at that time.
Yeah, I mean, one of the real challenges with it to the establishment, which at the time the establishment was the church and the monarchy. And when the Templars started providing banking and commerce that was independent of the church and the monarchy, even to the point where they started loaning kings money because they had so much extra money. What happened is the money and the banking started going into the hands of the people. And this is part of what the Templar Order was always concerned about, was trying to build rights for people and to give the common people freedom. Freedom that they didn't have before. And one way to do this was to try to make money. And so this is why, the Templars were involved in
Turn up.
First rights, contract between the monarchy and the people, ensuring that the people had certain rights.
Turn up.
And then later, of course, the Bill of Rights within.
Turn up.
So it's always been a fundamental part of the organization.
Turn up.
And it's also why
Turn up.
Persecuted by the establishment that didn't want the people to have those rights.
So we had the banking system, and the second thing
Turn
in
up.
history.
Hey.
So I guess you're establishing that point number one is essentially correct. Point number two was the owning of land.
Turn up. Hey.
A lot of property in Europe, and that upset quite a few too as well.
Yeah, for sure. They had.
Turn up.
Part of what they were doing.
Turn up. Turn up. Turn up. Turn up. Hey.
And then they take that food and provide it to the order, and then the Templar Order quickly became a multinational corporation. They had sea captains, they had stonemasons, they had cathedrals and churches, commandery buildings all throughout Europe. A lot of money, goods, and information that was being.
The scenario is that.
So, can it be that the probes
and
this
that's fine for the church and the monarchy as long as they felt like
if they come close to Earth, they might use the parachute in order to slow down in the atmosphere and not burn up like a meat.
Existed beyond their.
I mean, just a look on his face there as he's talking about that. I mean, maybe this is the way it is. It's this really strong, condescending kind of tone that he talks about in all these things.
The atmosphere not burn up like a meteor. And then they can pursue whatever goals
they may have. The sad part about this is that Avi is getting press everywhere. He is on a media tour that, well, put Lou Elizondo's to shame. He is showing up in places that, well, Lou hasn't even shown up in the past. But the reality is, someone like Avi going up.
Old has that energy.
We on the kick shit, let it bang quick, it's so basic. I got no
Ryan Graves' new group, and a bunch of others that we may not be familiar with. They are all tied together. It doesn't matter that they're working on separate projects, okay? But they are all moving in the same direction, conversing with one or another, okay? And we, as the mainstream of ufology, are being cut out of the loop. And it's not just people like Thomas or myself or any other show out there. Think about it. People who've been studying this subject for 40, 50 years, Grant Cameron, Richard Dolan, Peter Robbins, Melinda Leslie, Lorian Fenton, Misha Johnson, okay, just to name a few, who've been doing this forever, are cut out as well. They haven't been asked to join in. They're actually been shunned from this entire project. And those are the people for years, decades, who were our voice for us to know that we were not crazy with what we saw or what we experienced. And now for the science community to come in and bully us off of our own experiences, saying we're not good enough, our voices don't deserve to be heard. Now, a lot of people say, Dave, you're being melodramatic right now. Maybe I am a little bit. Okay,
No, but
that's literally what Rich Hoffman told us. Now, we need more people, obviously, to confirm the feelings of Mr. Hoffman. This isn't just on him, and then we wrap it all up in one present. No. I mean, what does this say about somebody like Gary Nolan, who's an experiencer as well? He's been taken by aliens.
It's a coalition of organizations who have come together to act as another tier of disclosure, meaning that we're going to go ahead, either get access to stuff or we're going to go find stuff. But it's again, then we're better than you. You don't need to know about this. We don't want to hear your feedback on it, because all you're going to do is get in the way of our science, which is just, reminds me as of the ego of Avi Loeb in the same kind of manner, where it's well, you're going to give it to us, we're going to take it, and there's nothing in return. It just doesn't make sense. It just, it should come in as people who are thinking about donating or being a part of these organizations, knowing what the empty halls are going to be like when you go there to find something else other than some light PR.
Well, the other thing, though, okay, if you look at UFO Twitter right now, there is a big battle right now between the left and the right on politics. And the right is calling out the left is calling out the right. We have people on the left saying if UFOs are woke, and it's a woke topic, and if you aren't part of that system, we're blocking you, you're just a racist, and all this kind of stuff. We are seeing this on UFO Twitter right now.
I brought that up to some people whose names I'm not going to mention, and I said, hey, I like to follow you on UFO Twitter, but when you bring politics in it, it just pushes it away, and I got freaking stomped down.
Absolutely.
And it's like, well, I'm going to talk about this. This is what I'm here. You're here to follow me. If you don't want to hear it, then just unfollow me. So the only thing I can do now is when I see the leftist ludicrousy coming out there, I'm going to go ahead and just call it out for what it is and put my opinion on top of it, whether it goes for it or not. It's just that either that or you just have to start taking more and more people and just blocking them off of UFO Twitter, no matter what contributions they could have made on a submarine.
Twitter, you know what? UFO Twitter, first off, and foremost, is a system. And you really have to deal through a lot of slime and corruption. Chris, and I don't know if maybe it's because I'm Canadian and I don't know the American side of things, but the last time I checked, Greys are not Republican or Democrat.
They're not American, they're not Chinese, they're not Russian, they're not South African, they're not Brazilian, they are whatever they are. It's a humanity issue. It's not a US issue. It's something that goes worldwide for all of us.
Bingo. And you know what? When I look at the way UFO Twitter is acting right now, I can look at Rich Hoffman and I can say, you know what? You're right. Look at the way we're acting. Okay, because the unfortunate part of what we do is we get blamed for everything. Okay, we all get grouped in, whether it's Elizondo doing it or Cahill doing it or Hoffman doing it or Jay Stratton. We all get grouped in. They lump us in. We're not. A number of us are trying to do unbiased work, whether it's a little bit more on the fight side, like I am, where I like the glow, and I like to bring that, or whether it's a news side, like somebody like Thomas, who brings in a lot of hardcore UFO news. Okay, we need channels of a great difference in order to get the headlines out there. It doesn't matter whether you like or not Rich Giordano, or you like or not Steve Campion, or you like or not the Black Vault, or you like or not Exo Academia, or myself, or Jimmy Church, or Bruce Rice.
Black Vault, I heard they have a legal sex toy store on
I guess I don't know, but maybe that's your thing.
I wonder if they've got the alien probe. We need to check.
Never know. But the point that I'm getting at is we are losing the message because of stupid infighting. Okay? Stupid infighting about Elizondo, stupid infighting about your left or your right, stupid infighting about your education background. Apparently, what kind of questions are we supposed to ask if you're not giving us answers? Well, we turn to the experience.
I mean, even when we had the issue with Elizondo, where Cahill came out and put out the video of the shot from the inside of Elizondo's house, see the whole glass of the freaking camera when it was done. That's fine. But there's a lot of what I'm talking about is those unlicensed people putting what they don't even know about the start to there, and that's fine. Stop talking about it. Stop going out there and preparing to go ahead and read everybody the Friday. Like if you're going to move on and look at something else, you don't have to be there to be poisonous. I said for the longest time, taking the quote from number, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say nothing.
Absolutely. And I'm leaving for San Francisco on Thursday. And I was thinking on Wednesday night, maybe I'll do my Dave 101. And I was really thinking about doing it on the and they are going to use it to shut this information down. And the worst part about it is, people, the worst part about it is, where do they get their information from?
Us.
From slugs like each and every one of us who think, oh, well, I got to report it somewhere. I got to do something. And if Enigma is hitting every database the way they are, I mean, if this group just fully started getting into investigation 2 months ago, 3 months ago, how the hell do they have over 300,000 reports when they don't even have somebody taking the reports online yet?
Because they're siphoning the data from other sources and building a knowledge set and a data set to go ahead and work from.
They are taking from MUFON. They are taking from any UFO group that will give them their data, along with the government, along with NASA, along with Arrow. They're the player. And they're going to stay secret because they are allowed to stay secret because they are private, and they don't have to tell you a thing. They don't have to tell you who's investigating. They never have to get back to you. All they want is your personal information.
Well, MUFON takes all their internal data and all their different methods for putting together reports. And none of that they don't want released to anybody. That's all their work product that they don't want anybody to see. Absolutely. What's up with that? It's the same thing.
It is the same thing. But at least with MUFON, they are a public organization where you know who's investigating you. If Joe Smith from central Wisconsin calls you up and says, hey, I heard you saw aliens eating a bunch of cheese, okay? You know that person. You build that relationship with Joe Smith, the MUFON investigator. With Enigma, they're not telling you who's involved. Okay, why is Enigma trying to cut all of these private backdoor deals with ufologists out there? I've heard some big names that they have been trying to get. I heard people like David Marler have turned them down, and his assets and recordings down. I've heard a lot of people are buying into it. Okay, why are they doing this secretly? Okay, oh, please go ahead.
First of all, I think, Dave, you're on fire. You're hitting all the hot buttons. I won't say too much, but I just want to say I've done the Silicon Valley thing. I've done the venture capital thing. And if people don't understand the threat level of what Dave is describing, let me give you a really good example from this weekend. That guy, Peter Thiel, who is backing Enigma, he single-handedly caused the run on SVB Bank that caused that to fail this weekend. And then he and his cronies all started using Twitter to basically tank another bank and then start panicking the entire system.
Well, we've got, if I can say this really quick, just to comment on this, it went from 1 to now potentially 3. And there's maybe more things that are coming out of it. It took less than a day for the Biden administration to make a comment about the banking industry and what they're going to do, and it took them 8 days to comment anything about the foreign craft we had in our airspace.
Exactly. But my point is the reason that these guys did this is because their money was tied up in SVB and they wanted their money back. So they basically threatened to burn the whole system down unless the government stepped in and fixed it for them Monday morning, which they did. So that's the kind of people who are playing with our data. And the reason they want our data, it's because that is the only way you can train an artificial intelligence system. Neural networks, these machine learning algorithms require tons of data. And so all these backroom deals they're doing are to join up as much data as they can to build a data set that they can train it on. And it's our data. Peter Thiel has several other companies that specialize in data, basically data aggregation and facial certain that what he's doing is he's building this as a tool to resell back to the government as an asset for them to use. But I wanted to mention one other point, just because, Dave, you said something really key, I thought, at the beginning of this, which is these people are coming on your platform, on Fessler's platform. They're asking for airtime, and then they're asking for us, the public, to either give them our data or to give them our support by making noise and calling our congressmen. They use us all the time.
Absolutely.
So you asked the question at the beginning, which is, should we be giving these people time on our platforms? I think that's the right question, because right now they're using the shit out of all of us, and we're not getting anything back from them, I feel. And I think that's a really important question. I just wanted to bring that back up.
Well, what do we need more grainy videos?
No.
Do we need more Jeremy Corbell type videos out there? No offense to Jeremy, okay? But do we need more Boca type videos?
And here's the thing. Jeremy brings out the videos. He doesn't even have...
Do we need more Lou Elizondo's telling us that there's 23-minute videos out there, but guess what, people? You're never going to see them? Do we need that? You know what? You ask any experiencer out there. Thomas, I know you're a multiple experiencer like I am. Many of your audience is too. What's the one question all of us experiencers have in common? Why me? Why me? And you know what? That's too hard of a question for them to answer because they don't want to delve into that because they still think we're nut bars. Okay? I want to know why this changed my entire life. I had a happily boring life. I had lots of good friends who are no longer my friends because I went down this rabbit hole. Many other people are like that as well. This has affected them.
It's what went on, but it's the lies, the misinformation, the disinformation that's been put out there that raises the skepticism, which basically makes us sound like, get out your tinfoil hats and fruits and nuts, and we're going to go ahead and tell you a tale. But the reality is the truth that could potentially be out there to help deal with some of the stuff that a lot of people have gone through is all kept behind that curtain, and more importantly, the curtain of lies and deceit.
100%, dude. 100%. And these are good people who've experienced this. And I apologize. I'm not trying to get emotional and upset here, okay? But the people I have talked to who have gone through some of them nightmares, some of them potentially wanting to commit suicide over this because they can't handle it. Where's the government study on those? No, you're right, Thomas, because those people are considered crazy. Those people are considered lunatic. You know what? They're scared. They're not dumb. They're not insane. They're scared.
Right. And what's gone on is a lot of the environment, the atmosphere that's been put out there, the stories that have been thrown out there by people where it didn't happen. It dilutes the stuff where people where it actually did happen. And because there's such a dilution, you don't know what is real and what is not, which opens the door for a lot of people who may have had something happen, or a lot of people who didn't have something happen to race in the door and wave the flag as well. So I had something happen to me, but I am just so, I wouldn't call myself skeptical. I have a high level bar to cross to say, okay, that's where you're at. Just because I went through so much, and I try to relate to other people based on the stuff that I went through. And it's not sometimes a basis thing, but sometimes that's all we have.
Yes, absolutely. And you know what? If that's all we have is anecdotal stories, which the majority, I would say 95% have, why does Enigma and all of these groups want our stories if there's no proof?
It certainly seems like that data is a lot more valuable than that on it.
Absolutely. What about, everybody loves to bitch at Grant Cameron for going down all these really weird, paths towards it, whether it's people getting downloads of binary codes, whether it's people who claim to have flown the ship. Okay, those people have had something immaculate happen. Immaculate. What could the government do with people who actually wrote down the binary codes that they were downloaded? What about that? What does that lead to? I'm not a binary code kind of guy. To me, it's just a bunch of zeros and ones. Makes no sense. But guess what? There's somebody on this planet maybe even Wes Decker knows what that means.
Well, depends on what the binary is. It depends on what the binary is a representation of. Is it a representation of a character set or something else or some kind of data set?
Yeah.
It's being able to take those large groups of ones and zeros and turn them into something more meaningful. But it's just
that made me laugh. That was funny.
Another form of method that people are getting some of the stuff dropped into their minds.
Well, let me say one quick thing too, just to add on to what you're saying there, Dave. When companies get venture backing like Enigma Labs did, they only get it because they have a money-making strategy in mind. That means they're taking in this data of ours to sell. There is a profit in it for them. And that's something we should all keep in mind. They're a for-profit company, and they're using our data in some way to make money. And
absolutely.
And we shouldn't be so eager to just roll over, let them take it, and then not expect anything in return.
I think that is a very smart and astute comment. Very smart and astute comment. And that is something that we need to seriously give credit to. I have started telling my audience, maybe Wes and Thomas, I know you and I share a number of audience members on YouTube. I've actually been telling my audience recently, don't submit your information to anybody. Hold on to it. You know, maybe go in a Facebook group. Maybe contact a Thomas or a Grant Cameron or somebody privately saying, I don't know who else to turn this to. Can you help me? There are more people out there who don't want your address. They don't want your email. They don't want your phone number. They just want your story. They may want to ask you some pertinent questions afterwards. You have a choice. They don't want to know what you do for work. They don't want to know how much your car is, you know, or how long is your commute. They don't want to know that personal information. How many family members are in your household? They just want to hear the story and work off the story. You know, it's much like when I found out the Royal Canadian Mounted Police were sending people's information to NORAD. I couldn't figure out why Canadian people and experiencers were having MyLab, MK Ultra, and Alphabet agencies contacting them. Couldn't figure out why, because Canada doesn't have the budget for it. And yet, when I found out that the RCMP were actually sending the report with all of the personal information from the person who reported it to NORAD, it all of a sudden made sense. So the point that I'm getting at is when you fill out one of those reports, they're asking you very personal details, your date of birth, where were you, what were you wearing? They want you to know about everything.
Who else was with you? Who else saw this besides you?
Absolutely. Can we get their information on it so we can corroborate the story? Oh yeah, they're very good at deciphering all of this. And what do? You're all excited. Hey, somebody is interested. Yeah, my buddy Dale here was right with me when it happened. Yeah, I'll give you his phone number. Oh, by the way, Dale's 36 years old. He's a father of two. His wife's name is Nancy, and he works construction at the local for the local town
Or
community.
he's an air traffic controller, a pilot, or whatever else they say. It just comes down to they really, and that is one of the required fields they have to fill out. What is your occupation?
Yes. Yeah.
One other thing that came up here in the chat that I just wanted to highlight. When we were talking about Peter Thiel a minute ago, someone rightfully pointed out we've been hearing a lot from Eric Weinstein recently. He did that big Joe Rogan podcast. He seems like he's like somebody good on our side trying to get to the truth. Be aware that he is the fund manager for Peter Thiel. He's the mathematical genius that makes Peter all of his money. So keep that in mind when you start. I'm not one to like push conspiracy where I don't think conspiracy exists, but here I'm afraid it's not conspiracy. Yeah. It's literally lines of follow the money. The money is linking all of these people real tightly together. So we need to be, again, cautious and realize they see our money, they see us as being valuable. They see value in our data. So once again, we should all start to consider, just like Dave is saying, pull back. Don't share your data because that's our leverage. and we shouldn't give it away. We should make them earn it.
Right.
Absolutely.
Especially MUFON. MUFON has had some very questionable, sketchy people up at the top involved in some sketchy things. They've sold all of their data in the past to Robert Bigelow, and there used to be some great people involved on the board who are no longer there. It's just an organization you really have to be careful about. Just, don't think it's this great UFO organization in the sky that's going to come save the day, represent you and give you the answers you want. They're going to give you the answers that they want you to have, not what you deserve.
That's a strong comment, Thomas. A very strong comment.
Yeah.
And we are being sucked into a game. And what's the best way to keep the public on edge? Bring in politics, which is what we are seeing on UFO Twitter right now. A lot of left versus right over the last month, and people falling for it. This isn't just the pro Elizondo versus the anti Elizondo crowd anymore. This is Biden people versus the rest of the people. And look, I don't care. I don't care who it is, because it's not my country. Okay. But I can tell you this, when you start the political divide and you have some people on Twitter who are now saying that if you're not woke, you can't be in ufology because ufology is a woke topic, or you have people saying
it's not woke, for Christ's sake. I mean, that reminds me of, there was, God, if I can find his name, there was a guy I follow. He's a researcher from Australia. Granted, we know there's a lot of them. And one of the things he brought out and he said over the weekend was that regarding all the stuff that's going on with ufology and everything right now, I don't trust any of the politicians from the U.S. who are talking on it, because they're all crooked. So even from other countries, they're looking at what's going on in the U.S., seeing the fight going between both sides, and they're even saying, well, what the hell is this? I'm just going to call them all out for what they are.
I think Sergio said it best in the chat real quick. He said, it's like ancient Rome. Let's go, people. We have gladiators killing each other tonight for your entertainment. That's, feels like to me, is they are just doing everything they can to keep us off balance so we don't notice what's going on.
Another great comment. Thomas, I hate to run here.
That's fine. I was planning on having you on for the first hour. That's why I rushed from the show to get things started, so I could get you in here, get this conversation done, because I know you've got a show to get ready for that starts up in an hour.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And disclosure tonight, thank you to your audience and every member of this panel tonight. You guys are phenomenal. And Thomas, keep up the great work. And you know what? One thing that I like about Thomas and many others is we're, as the UFO public, we're starting to see the light.
Yeah.
Give us time, because we want to make sure that whatever we're bringing the truth.
And we're not going to eat a bullshit sandwich. And if we see one, we're going to tell you don't eat it, because no matter how much butter you put on it, as Lee Iacocca said, it's still going to taste like shit.
Let me say one thing before you leave, Dave. I just want to point out that if people lose hope by reading UFO Twitter, they should be able to quickly see by joining your show and our show and looking at the chats, because the people that we have in our chats are the exact opposite of UFO Twitter. I've never seen a better group of people who like to pull together, support each other.
I mean, if you look at it,
it's inspiring to me every time I
it's not
get
like
to see what's going on in our chat.
It's just
So
easy, and then you have to figure out how
we're
to
a good
get it on the
antidote,
boat.
or I
And then
shouldn't
once
say
you
we.
get it on the
Thomas-
boat, how
this
do
is
you get it
Thomas's
off
show.
the boat?
Thomas is a
You
great
know what I
antidote,
mean?
and your show is an amazing antidote.
You're talking
to
about
UFO Twitter.
incredible
So,
Our chat room is just a little bit more
like
relaxed.
Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Keep up the great work, Thomas.
Catch you on the flip side, my friend.
what
Thank
I
you.
trip on
Take care.
is this.
Take care, Dave.
Great conversation. Was something I planned
how
to cover in the
big
first part of the
is
show
a
before Tom King
boat
showed up. Hopefully, Tom's coming back
with
today to talk about the
2,000
historic date it is with the
ton
what do you call
displacement?
it?
Okay,
Phoenix
all
Lights
right.
coming
It's
around again.
really
It was one of those
that
days you get hit one from one thing to the
kind
left, one thing
of
to the right,
question
and your stomach
in
and your
a
ship
modern
decides
sense,
to go out in a
right?
different direction, have a
So
mind of its
you're
own. I'm
looking
still pretty
at
shaky from the situation right now, so it's just been one of those
you're
days, to
looking
say the
at
least. Let's
65
see.
feet for
Your thought on
100
the
ton.
conversation. Let's go around the room.
You need a
West.
boat 65 feet long for 100
Well,
tons.
thank you so much for
5,000 years
having the
ago in
conversation, and
Egypt,
thanks for Dave
they
for
had
coming on. I thought it was
65-foot boats.
right on point.
Well,
and
then we're not even
from
talking about
a
the 2,000 ton
standpoint of
obelisk.
We're not getting there yet. You know, we're just dealing with,
bugged me
you
about
know, a 100-ton vessel can be 65 feet or more. So I'm not, I don't know, man. I don't know. But before we get to the break, those traditions that came out of Egypt, how important were they for the foundations of the Knights Templar?
Yeah, incredibly important. Incredibly important. But you know, the Templars, again, their mission was to find the remnants of Atlantis. Basically, they believed that there was, you know, a pre-flood civilization that had been preserved in certain areas, and the main place where this was preserved was Egypt. And so the Templars, you know, yes, they visited places in Lebanon. They made association with the groups like the Druze, who were hanging out in Lebanon at places like Baalbek. They went into Jerusalem, obviously. That's where, you know, the Crusades were happening. But they also went down into Egypt, and they set up bases of operations there, and they tried to absorb as much as they could and bring that knowledge back to Egypt, including the science of alchemy, which was the science of Egypt. In fact, the word alchemy comes from chem or kemet, which was the ancient name for Egypt. So this was the science that had been preserved amongst the ancient Egyptians that they were trying to bring back into Europe, and they incorporated this knowledge on the cathedrals as they built them. So
let's take our break right here. Stay right there, Tim. This is Fade to Black. I'm your host, Jimmy.
This is Jimmy Church of Fade to Black. Please visit all of our sponsors. We're taking a quick break here. All of the links are below, and we'll be right back.
Hey everybody, it's Billy Carson, also known as Forbidden Knowledge. I want to talk to you about a very special event coming up July 30th, 2023, the Forbidden Conscious Awards. We're going to honor people who have been contributing to the conscious community for decades. People that you know and love that have helped you get to higher levels of thought and consciousness and awareness. It's going to be a live in-person event, but seats are going to sell out very fast. You want to make sure you're there in person, and guess what? You can help vote for the winners. Voting is available on forbiddenknowledge.com, and the categories are going to be social media influencer, podcast/radio host, TV host, actor, director, producer, entrepreneurs, health and wellness, philanthropists, authors, field researchers, archaeologists, space anomaly hunters, and of course, a Lifetime Achievement Award. I'll be your keynote speaker that night at the Forbidden Conscious Awards. We have celebrity guests performing. We'll have a halftime show where we're actually going to perform music for you. And don't forget about the pre-event mixer, where if you buy a box seat, you'll be in the VIP section, and you also have private access to a VIP mixer with celebrity guests. Shake hands, break bread, network, and then walk the red carpet with us and take amazing photos. It's going to be a night to remember. You don't want to forget this. Make sure you hurry up and get your tickets because they're selling out very fast. I want to see you there. Forbidden Conscious Awards 2023.
On Saturday, April 1st, that's right, April Fool's Day, 2023, I will be hosting the Parapod Festival at the Hyatt Regency right here in Valencia, California. It's a live one-day podcast awards. It's a film festival. It's a full-on media event. We're going to have sky watching. There's going to be a Lifetime Achievement Award presented to Linda Moulton Howe. Right now, you can submit your podcast, your film, your TV series, any of your paranormal media for consideration. You can do all of that on the links below. For info and tickets, go to parapodfilmfest.com. That's parapodfilmfest.com. April 7th through the 14th, 2023, I'll be hosting and presenting on the Hidden Secrets Seminar at Sea Cruise. From Los Angeles to the Mexican Riviera on the Navigator of the Seas. That's right, up top, a giant water slide. You've got to check out the Navigator of the Seas. It's amazing. We've got Scott Walter, Adam Apollo, Nick Pope, Brad Olson, Vivian Chauvet, Jason Shirka, Robert Grant, Ruben Langdon, and another 12 amazing speakers and presenters. It's all simple to do. Just visit divinetravels.com/Hidden Secrets 2023. You know you want to go on a cruise with me. River Moon Coffee, makers of the Fade to Black blend. Truly the best coffee on planet Earth. Just visit rivermoonwellness.com or their Amazon store. It's all simple to do. You can check out the Fade to Black blend, the Game Changer blend, or any of their Black Moon Wellness products. It's the only coffee I drink. It is the best, and it's Doc. Again, rivermoonwellness.com. All right. Welcome back. Fade to Black. I'm your host, Jimmy Church. Our guest tonight, Timothy Hogan. I just wanted to mention that over the weekend, I'm gearing up for this cruise, the Hidden Secrets cruise, and the links for it are below. You really want to check this out. I have spent the weekend watching videos of the ship, the Navigator of the Seas, and I cannot wait. This is one of the nicest ships in the Royal Caribbean Cruise Line, number one. But number two, everything is on board that ship, and I'm very, very excited about this cruise. And you need to go and go watch some videos of the Navigator of the Seas, and see what you can expect on this cruise. So the links for the cruise are below. Go and check it out. It's coming up in a couple of April 7th through the 14th. So yeah, I'm so excited about this. All right, Tim, this is the part of the conversation that I find so interesting, which is the secret. Yeah, the secrets. Alchemy is. It's tough. And the real information about alchemy, the real stuff, you're not going to find that online. You need to go to those that are in the know and basically do this directly, because the stuff that's online it's not the real stuff. And the Knights Templar, just like what they did in Jerusalem, they acquired the knowledge, right? And that's what they did in Egypt.
Yeah, they were working with a number of groups that were translating Greek and Roman texts where they had learned these alchemical processes from the Egyptians. I mean, most people forget that even most of the Greek philosophers studied in Egypt for a time, and people like Aristotle were studying alchemical texts. And so during the Middle Ages, there were groups like the Sabaeans and the Druze and the Sufi and others, the Islamic scholars who were translating these Greek and Roman texts that were trying to preserve this knowledge from the Egyptians, and so they made association with these groups, and then they also went to Egypt and found these processes on the temple walls and then tried to replicate them. So it was definitely one of the big parts of the Templar mission, and it's also why they developed things like for example, the Templars used to use certain mold extracts in order to heal infections. Well, today we would call that antibiotics, but they were doing it back in the 1200s. Or they also developed CPR because they realized you could reanimate a corpse by infusing air into it, and they believed that air had a certain vital life principle to it, which was found within the alchemical texts. It was they called it the mercurial force. So all of these things were part of this tradition that they preserved and they tried to bring back to Europe, as well as other more fantastical things, related to the creation of more exotic substances.
Well, yeah, I'm sure you're referring to, well, we've got a few things we can refer to, but monatomic gold.
Yes.
And the idea behind monatomic gold, well, first off, people see the word gold, so they immediately think of like the gold on that guitar that's right there, right? You think of the color gold, the substance of gold. I've got a few gold things around here I could, and so we think about that, and gold is a precious metal that was used in so many aspects of Egyptian life. You could, the plating of sarcophagus, or the solid King Tut's coffin. Which, think about the weight of that, by the way, the amount of gold that was used for that. But we think of that. But monatomic gold is the breaking down. If we go back to some of the, and help me understand this, because this is part of your research and your teaching.
Yeah.
Is that in alchemy, so many alchemists, or students of alchemy, I should say, throughout history, tried to turn gold into powder. They tried different aspects of this. This goes all the way back to the Anunnaki and some of the statements that were made there in the Sumerian text as well.
Even Moses, he burned the golden calf into a powder.
That's right. So, but monatomic gold, just in its definition, in the construction of the word monatomic, is breaking down the atoms, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's getting it. It's creating gold into, so in a monoatomic state, it has the two electrons in the outer valence ring enter into what's known as a Cooper pair, and they go into a high spin state. And when they do that, they don't bind with anything else. So basically, every particle of this gold is one atom. So it's this very fine powder when you break it down. And according to tradition, the alchemical tradition, certainly the Templar tradition, the Rosicrucian and Masonic tradition, this was a science that went back to Egypt. In fact, in ancient Egypt, the practice of the alchemy, the completion of the alchemy, was known as the Ma'at Ben. And Ma'at just meant truth, and Ben meant both light and stone. So like light from the sun, and stone. That's what Ben meant. And so, in one of the most sacred objects in Egypt was known as the Ben, which was, in fact, what was said to even be on the top of the Great Pyramid itself, was the Ben. And the Ben just means light stone. And if we reverse the word Ben, we get the Egyptian word Neb, which means gold. So these were, the Egyptians did all kinds of word plays like that. For example, the word for brain and the word for consciousness in Egyptian, one was Awas, and then if you reversed it, you got Siwa. And one meant brain and the other meant consciousness. So they constantly took words and then they would put them forwards or backwards to describe their nature and what they did. And so one of these was related to this Ben, which was derived from the Neb, which was the gold. So from the Neb, you get the light stone, and which was this also known as Mifkuts in the Egyptian language, which was this powder that was found could be created, but it was also found in a region that is rich in turquoise. And so sometimes that word mifkutsk gets associated with turquoise, but it was this white powder of gold that was described even at Luxor in Tutmosis III's treasury house. It talks about white gold as part of the treasury. And we're not talking white gold like when we think about it with jewelry, but we're talking about changing the fundamental nature of the gold so it becomes this white powder. And they would bake it into bread. They bake it into these conical bread, which you'll see on the Egyptian walls of this being offered to the pharaoh. And it's described in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, or the Egyptian Book of Coming Forth into the Light, or Coming Forth by Day is the other name for it. And it's also found, according to tradition, this same powder was put inside these arks that were these power generators that are also depicted on the temple walls in Egypt.
Now, we've talked about that, and if anybody wants to really check out a pretty in-depth discussion, check out my TV show, Into the Void.
Yes.
Where Tim and I discuss this in depth with some pretty amazing images as well. And I've seen the conical I've seen that artwork. I never I've heard it explained to me as bread. It was just a strange way to bake bread.
Yeah.
Right. It
Well, and it's because when you manifest that mana, when you extract it from, in particular, when you extract it from, because you can extract it from the ashes of things, but when you do that, it ends up forming that shape in the vessel. It ends up forming this like conical.
Oh, I just said Into the Void. That's a Black Sabbath song. My show is called Into the Vortex.
Into the Vortex. That's right.
I was listening to Into the Void right before the show tonight. And so it was, and I was playing it on guitar, and blame that on Zach Wild. Into the Void.
There are no mistakes. It's all synchronicity. There's a reason why it's there. We just don't know it yet.
Maybe I should have called that show Into the Void.
Well, I'll tell you, you know what I love? That this show is number 1776.
Yeah, you caught that, right? Yeah.
In my heart for the the 1776, the foundation of the United States of America. And
well, okay, so let's stay on this monatomic. I'm not going to let this go. This is we're talking about all of the great philosophers who were alchemists, right? And the scientists of the day. Let's call them the physicists of the day. And it's even Isaac Newton, right? Everybody's chasing the philosopher's stone and monatomic gold. So let's discuss this process for a second. Are you starting with gold?
Well, you can start with regular gold and convert it into this white powder. There is
well, okay, you just can't say you can convert. How does that?
First you have to break it down with certain acids. There's an acid called aqua regia, which is actually a combination of different acids, and when you dissolve the gold, it'll turn into like a green liquid. And then from that green liquid, you could condense it and it'll turn into like a reddish powder. And then from that reddish powder, you can subject it to more processes, which will convert it into this white powder. So that's one way to do it. The other way is you can also extract it out. It's found pretty much in everything, but you have to calcinate it down to ashes first, and then you can extract it out of the ashes, and that's the easier way to do it, to be totally honest.
Okay, I know you've got the secrets. What's your recipe?
Well, I've done both. It's just a question of sometimes if you're extracting it out of ashes, you also get monoatomic other platinum metals. So you might get monatomic copper, monatomic silver, monatomic platinum, monatomic iridium, ruthenium, so all of, these can become monatomic as well. So when you're extracting out of ashes, it's more of a hodgepodge of these different monoatomics, as opposed to when you convert gold into monatomic gold, it's just pure gold monoatomics.
We're not changing the subject. I'm fascinated with this, and most don't know the real history here and the processes that are done. So I'm going to stay on this. But if we back up and we go to the great work of Sitchin, and of course the Sumerian tablets, which the Anunnaki were coming here. Part of the reason why they were here, besides creating us, is
to mine gold.
To mine gold, because they needed to turn it into powder to shield their planet from radiation.
Well, that's one theory behind it. I'm actually of the opinion that they were mining it and turning it into a powder because it's abundant here, and that you can use that powder not only for healing, but also for it's a superconductive substance. It's exotic matter. The federal government classifies it as an exotic matter, and it can help produce a tremendous amount of electricity. And it was also helped with levitation, and making things lighter. So, if you're making a ship, which in fact the Sumerian ships were known as Shimana. That was the Sumerian word for it. And the word for this white powder that we find in, for example, in the Torah and the New Testament and other places is known as manna. So there's most likely a correlation between the manna, the Hebrew manna, and the Shimana of ancient Sumer. There's also a correlation between that and the Vimana of
India.
ancient India.
Yeah.
So you see the commonality here is this mana.
Now, can you reverse the process?
Yes.
Can you get gold at the end of the line?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the secrets for transmuting things into gold. They're really just converting it back into a gold state. They took this white powder and were able to convert it back into gold state. And by the way, the ancient Sumerian name for this process, of this alchemical process, was known as Graal, Gra.al, which is the origin of Grail, right? I mean, that's really when the Templars were credited with having the Holy Grail, and they described the Grail as a stone that burned the phoenix to ashes, after which it came back renewed and it restored health to them. They're talking about the same alchemical process. So
somebody just cracked a joke that you look like Tony Hawk.
Tony Hawk. Well, I do have a skateboard behind me. Secret Society skateboard put me on a skateboard. So,
man, can you do a kickflip?
I used to be able to. I have to admit, I'm not as adept with my skateboarding as I used to be when I was younger. My knees just haven't held out.
I got a lot of cool stuff with my picture on it. People have sent me. I don't have a skateboard. That rules, man. That's way up there. Okay, so what? Okay, so and I understand what you're saying about the Anunnaki. There were many reasons, many benefits to gold for them. And we just happen to have an abundance of it here. There may be some more out there in the universe, but we had it here, and they were here, and that is that. But monatomic gold and silver, you can find a lot of different reasons to ingest that today online. What were the ancient traditions for for creating monatomic gold?
Well, they at least according to our Templar research, I mean, one of it was for ingesting. It was like a medicine. It helped heal the body and made the body more superconductive itself, the body itself more conductive, which allowed the glands to operate more in harmony with their environment, which opened up psychic perception. So that was one reason for it. It also helped heal the body. But because this substance was superconductive, if you put it inside a capacitor, like say an ark, like the Ark of the Covenant, it could produce a tremendous amount of electricity. And I think this was part of what it was being used as well. And I think that's really what the reason why Solomon built his temple, right? He built his temple to hold the ark, and the ark was built to hold the manna. So it all goes back to that manna. And prior to the temple, they put it in a tabernacle with wool curtains, which would help to generate tremendous electricity, static electricity, in the middle of the desert, with this capacitor in the middle of these wool curtains.
I'm not going to let that go, but I'm also not going to let my point go. I'm going to stay on this. I want to learn. I'm learning right now. So how would you? I don't understand. Clarify this. How would you ingest if you wanted to do this for your body?
Yeah.
How would you ingest it? Do you snort it? Do you smoke it? Do you drink it? Do you mix it in your coffee? How do you ingest monatomic gold? And by the way, I'm not dispensing of medical advice right now. I'm just asking questions for my own knowledge base. But how would you ingest it?
It would just be put under the tongue. Oftentimes they would actually fast prior to ingesting it, and then it would be taken much like a communion. In fact, it could be argued, one of the places where it's abundantly found, where these monoatomics are abundantly found, is within sea salt. So you can extract it out of sea salt and seawater. And why this is significant is from a Christian mythology standpoint. Well, let's look at the story of Jesus. Jesus is born from Mary, right? Maria in Greek just means salt water or sea, right? So what happens if you heat salt water? You get salt cubes, right? It's like immaculate conception. Out of the salt water, you get salt cubes. Well, then if you unfold a salt cube, and I say a salt cube because if you look at salt under a microscope, each grain is a cube. So if you unfold a cube, what do you get? You get a cross, right? And out of that cross, hidden within that cube, is this manna. And he's born in Bethlehem, which in Hebrew, Bethlehem means house of bread, right? And so what did you do with the manna? You baked it into the bread. So alchemists look to this story as a alchemical metaphor for alchemical operations.
Trails behind this
that they also
large
found going back into Egypt.
We don't know what that is, but it's a thing.
Mary was also an Egyptian.
It's also seen in the Hudson Valley recordings. If you look at the Hudson Valley recordings, you'll see it also has a trailing light, and this is a lot like the Hudson.
And meant sea by the Greeks, but they got that name from the Egyptians, who also used the word Mary. So in fact, the pyramids themselves, the word for pyramid, the ancient word for the pyramid in Giza was myrrh, which is the root of Murray, so yeah.
That's one of the things that I'm telling you right now, most of this country, they don't have any concept of what happens to your brain when you step onto the soil of the Giza Plateau. the history that is there.
And you look up at that pyramid, I mean,
You don't get it. You don't get it.
Yeah.
That's the ground where Moses walked, right? It's just like, wait a minute, the same dirt. You're at the Mina house having breakfast, looking at the Great Pyramid, right?
Yeah.
And right there is the dirt that Jesus walked on.
Yeah, and according to Templar tradition, Jesus was even initiated there in the pyramid, which, you know, and I'm not going to say that's definitively true or not, but there is a Templar, a text published by the Templar order known as the Leviticon that was published by one of our Grand Masters in 1804, and in it talks about Jesus being initiated in Egypt, studying the mysteries there, and according to tradition, yeah, he was initiated in the Great Pyramid as well as several other people, including Napoleon later, and we still do Templar initiations in there to this day. In fact, I do them all the time. So it's
when you arrive into shore, right, and you walk up to the bent pyramid, the step pyramid, I mean,
yeah,
and you walk and you look at that and understand that now allegedly, I'm just saying allegedly, okay, just allegedly, it was built before the Great Pyramid.
Right. We go with traditional Egyptology, right?
Whatever, but it is old, and the dirt that you are walking on, and that temple site that surrounds the step pyramid, or the bent pyramid, or the red pyramid, or the Great Pyramid, or even Makura, it's the history that is there. Right. So we go and we use all of these names, and we say these names of, of deep history. And if you want to know where go to Egypt, it starts to really hit you. You don't get it from driving on the 10 freeway in downtown LA. It's not the same feeling.
Even Pythagoras studied there in Egypt for, decades, prior to, settling back near Greece, I mean,
I read a couple of quotes from Pythagoras, from Socrates, from Plato, that all say the exact same thing. But trust me on this. This is going to upset the Greek nation, but philosophy didn't come from the Greeks.
No.
Came from ancient Egypt, and they recognize. I have the names. 2,000 years before Plato was the birth of philosophy.
Yeah, and even, Pythagoras is the one who coined the term philosophy, which just comes from philo Sophia, meaning lover of wisdom. But Sophia was also, she was a goddess depicted in the Greek tradition, but it was a carryover of Isis. So that's all Sophia was a rebranding of Isis as Sophia, the goddess Sophia. So philosophy was really the lover of Sophia, which was the lover of Isis, and those mysteries going back to ancient Egypt.
Everything was rewrapped.
Yeah,
everything was rewrapped. And now let's. I want to ask you about this breaking news. And we can come back to philosophy. We can come back to Egypt. But another chamber was just discovered inside of the Great Pyramid. Huge news. They did a press conference there in Giza outside of the Great Pyramid where they announced this chamber. And the chamber, okay, well, let's circle back to that. But that's the second chamber, right? In the last 5 years, the other one being above the Grand Gallery, which is ginormous, by the way.
Yeah.
According to Egyptologists, the traditionalists, and the dogma, and Zahi Hawass, there was nothing more to discover.
Gatekeeper.
Yeah.
The Archon of Egypt.
By the way, I think Hiwas and brain doesn't apply to Zahi. That's a whole nother Hiwas and Siwa. So anyway, and I'm not going to apologize for being that cavalier.
Nope.
But there was nothing to be discovered anymore inside of the Great Pyramid. Clearly, that is not the case, is it?
No, I think there's a lot more to be discovered in the Great Pyramid. I mean, I do think that this new chamber that they discovered is probably one of the original entrances to the pyramid. I think that's all they probably found. And it may, in fact, lead to that other chamber that goes above the Grand Gallery. But time will tell. I mean,
Not
right
feeling
now
good, B. I
there
don't want to let
is
the
just
conversation
kind of
happen. Royal Morning Blue, thank you very much.
you know, fiber
Absolutely,
optic camera, I
your
think,
donations
there
are not
to
going
see what
on
was in
and
there.
shown.
They've
I've tried to
actually
show them
been
during
in
the
there.
conversation. Ingrid Cold, move along, citizen.
And I don't
Nothing to see here. Better believe it.
government
Abe Trough, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
very
The
forthcoming
thanks. Yeah,
about
Dave is
letting
right in a lot of
people in
respects,
there,
and we do need to
right,
demand.
anytime soon.
Block on my
But
face.
there
That's
are,
okay. At least people on mobile can
even
see
if
it.
you go down
Charles
to
Kerr,
the,
thank you very much. 808 Roadkill.
grotto,
Thank you,
the
808.
basement
Appreciate
of
it.
the pyramid.
Followed by Kira
There
IAM,
are areas
Curtis
where you
Bartel,
can
and of course,
see,
Royal Morning Blue. Most importantly,
that
if you
there
haven't
are
gone and given
other
us a
hallways
subscribe,
that lead to
go ahead and do that. No, I'm not ending the show as people think I
And
am. This is just to go ahead and say,
they
hey,
clearly
please do what you need to
went
do.
to
Please continue
other
on, Tom King.
Man, that's
chambers
awesome
or
from the
other,
audience. A great amount of super
other
chats. So
passages.
thanks
I
to
know.
everybody
It's
for
great. And people
supporting
thought
the
usually
show.
when I start doing the
Closed
thanks and everything, they
So
think
I
it's
think
the end of
there's
the
a lot
show. It's
more
kind of
that'll be
not. I just wanted to throw it out there because unless you ask
ahead
people,
once they
you know,
start
we are
looking
racing
more
towards
in those
6,000
areas. Right
subs,
now,
but the
they
only way we're going to
took
get there
in
is from viewers who come
near
to the
the
show and
entrance.
actually hit
But
that
if they
subscribe
start to
button.
look
If you
at
don't
other parts
ask,
of the pyramid,
you don't
I'm sure
get.
they'll discover more.
Yeah, that's
So at this point,
the
the object has
subterranean chamber
basically left the
scares
valley
me.
and went black. That turned its
Only
lights off.
well, it's not
Again,
it's not
like people
finished.
got these
Well,
conspiracy
the
theories that
tunnel is,
they go out and
but
they get
the
this
room
theory.
it's not.
They say it's
It
this,
doesn't
and then they
appear
go out
to
and
be,
they
I should say,
they
finished
spin
like
the
the other
Price is
things
right wheel
throughout
looking
Egypt.
until that thing comes
But
up
that's
the
not
map,
what
and they go,
scares
okay,
me.
it's this.
It scares me because it's
Like, for instance,
frigging old.
A10's
It's
in formation for the
way
830.
older
This
than
thing
the Great
folded up its
Pyramid,
wings and
and
shot
so-
off. All of its
it
lights
is
went
so
off at the
deep
same
and
time when the
so,
jet came up to intercept it. You can't get planes that do that.
What's the word that
where did they land?
unknown,
I have the FOIA
right?
from
the other
Tucson
stuff feels
from that night of
known.
all
You
the
can
jets
understand.
that landed. There were 5 of them. Those were the jets that
a finely
dropped flares.
carved
But
chamber
that was,
with
that's
fin-
85 miles south
that's a
of here.
different thing
This
that
thing
is
flew
going
from
on
Vegas.
down there.
Where
It's
did
a
these
different
jets land?
purpose.
Who's
It's a
Air Force
whole
Base? Who are these pilots?
It's not part of
These
the Great
A10s?
Pyramid.
None of these
It's
people
not-
ever came
it was
forward
there
and said,
before
"Yeah,
the
it
Great
was
Pyramid.
just me." And
I'll tell you, if you
our crew.
ever
They
next
did
time
that
you're down
later
there,
with the flares,
if you
but
go
they
back
never
down
did that
there
at
in
8:30.
November,
Nobody
you
can
go
come
back,
forward and prove they had anything to
there's
do with
parts
any
where
of the
you
stuff
can
at
have your
8:30.
feet on
We still
the
can't even
ground,
build this
relatively on the
technology
ground,
yet.
and you can put
So
your-
this thing
your
right
hands up
now
and touch the
is
ceiling.
probably sitting around. It's getting close to Casa Grande, Arizona, if you know the location. And about 20 minutes from now, a huge triangle sighting is going to happen at 9 o'clock. This was seen by different people, but it wasn't seen as often as the 8:30 event. For instance, this was seen by Max Saracen and his wife. And I met these guys. They were some pretty wealthy people, live up in Carefree, Arizona. They had no reason to go out and talk about this. They had every freaking thing to lose by going on TV saying, here's where our names, here's what we do. We've been to the White House, we've met the president. They're not, it's just some clowns. They saw this black triangle and they said it had plating under it. They didn't see the boomerang. These guys live in a different part of the Phoenix area. Phoenix is almost as big as LA square miles wise. So a different flight path that this took. This thing just went straight south. During the course of the investigation, later in the months that would follow, other people would come in. They'd be interviewed. All these people were interviewed independently. This wasn't done in a group method until everybody was interviewed independently in different rooms, asked to give drawings, misstatements. Nobody got any photos of this stuff.
Yeah.
Most were in shock. So anyway, there were some other people that we met. They were in a different part of Arizona, and they saw the triangle later that night. And this one woman saw it in the backseat of a car, and she said it was so huge that if she was laying back and held up a newspaper like
How
this,
big was it?
it would fill up the newspaper at arm's length. She said it took a minute or two to fly south, and they were heading north from Tucson into Phoenix. It was going from Phoenix to Tucson. They were going about 70 some miles an hour. It took 2 minutes to go under the thing. It was humongous. And we think that what happened is the boomerang met up with the triangle, and they docked and probably took off or something. This might have been the first two objects that were seen coming out of Las Vegas. It's hard to say. The scale of this is just off the chain. And hundreds of lights on the bottom of the ship. Most people just saw the 7 main lights. There are a few people who would see this through binoculars, and they would say that each of the 5 lights were actually 3 lights together. So there were a number of sightings like that. Out of the hundreds of them, maybe 8 or 9 different witnesses from different parts of the state said that. Comparing this to the Roswell incident had over 100, maybe to 200 people that they interviewed, and they documented that story. And their story overlaps. It makes sense. This guy knew this person. These people tell a consistent story. There's a consistent narrative they tell. With this, it's the same thing. They all describe almost the same lights. The color's pretty consistent. Sometimes there's discrepancies. Was it 5? Was it 7? But like the Russian video teaches us that they join together or they split. So that's how you can go from 5 to 7 if it's this type of thing. With this case, we're looking at least 750 people were interviewed. So that's 6-7 times what we had in Roswell, but then maybe 10,000 people. It happened all throughout the whole state. The government slowly got dragged into it. This is maybe on the scale, 100 times, 300 times of what Roswell was with witnesses. It was just amazing. There was a guy who did take videotape of this. Let's get through this. His name was Richard Curtis, and he was a professional photographer or videographer. And he got a hold of Frances Barwood when Frances Barwood went public. And she gave her number out and said, hey, if you've seen it, call me. I remember calling her and giving her my update. Met her in person many times. And she collected a lot of information, and she sat there and talked with each person on the phone, however long they wanted to talk. But I don't even know what side of the political spectrum she was on. I knew she was on, a city council or something like this. This cost her job. But anyway, Richard Curtis got a hold of her, and she had all women that worked for her, no men. And they said, he said, I got a really good video of this boomerang. And on this, you can see the city lights reflecting on the belly of the ship.
Interesting.
So she said, okay. And then I don't know. I wasn't a part of their conversation, but 2 guys knock on her door, and they're dressed in suits, men in black. And they said, we're here for the tape. And he's like, oh, you're here for the tape? Oh, okay, here. And he gives him the tape, and he's thinking, well, Francis sent over some drivers or something to get it.
Hold on a second there, Tom. I need to find this and find where did it go. I've dealt with Michael Horn. I've seen all of Billy Horn's stuff. Artie, get over here. Stop eating cupcake soup. If you're looking for things that happen, look in a different direction. Just trust us on that one. Artie, get over here. Sorry about that. Dogs are catching food is something that popped up in there. Yeah, I've seen his name pop up before, but shyster is all I'd say. Continue on, Tom. Sorry about that.
So these 2 guys show up at Richard Curtis's door. say they're there to collect the tape. They got black suits on, black hats. They're not from ZZ Top, and he never sees this tape again. So later he calls Frances and he's like, "Hey, did you get the tape?" She's like, "No, I didn't get it." He's like, "Well, your guys came over and picked it up." And she's like, "I don't have any guys working for me. I don't know what you're talking about." And she's like, "Well, two guys came and they got," and he's like, "I didn't make a copy." So this was confirmed during our investigation. One of the guys who was assigned, Dr. Michael Tanner, to go out and collect most of the eyewitness reports because he didn't have a day job. He worked at Village Labs for Jim Delatesso, so he could work this. All of us had day jobs, and except these guys, so they could go out and work this 9 to 5 and weekends. So he went over to Richard Curtis's house. Michael confirmed he had professional gear up the, just like Village Labs had professional recording equipment. This guy had professional equipment. Would he make it up? He went on the local news and talked about it on Fox 10. I got a clip of that on my site. And he looks kind of ridiculous. Everyone on social media just bags on the guy and says, yeah, he's probably a liar, or he's a grifter. Everyone's a grifter. Or he made a fool of himself. He had nothing to gain out of it. So yeah, that happened. And there was one tape. And I think that was the FBI. The FBI we were told by MUFON, who said they called the FBI on us, that we were all going to prison for this, and they were taking us all down. They were taking down Barwood first, and they were taking down Village Labs, and they did. They took them down, at least they hit them financially. Then they wanted to go after every one of us and make examples of all of us. Who were these people? This was the late Richard Motzler, who was a terrible excuse for a human being. Another one of the scandalous people that were employed for MUFON, that MUFON doesn't do a damn thing about these dogs that work for them.
Yeah.
Him and I had it out in 95, 2 years before this happened. So when he heard I had recorded it, that the day after, March 14th, his blood boiled. It was him. It was Cal Korff. Cal Korff claims his birthday's March 13th, and he said his phone rang off the hook, that his birthday was ruined because all these people were calling him about UFO reports. Nobody calls Cal Korff on the night a UFO happens and calls him live. That's a lie. He didn't investigate this. If you look at Wikipedia, it's all run by the debunker narrative. It looks, maybe Michael Shermer edits that page, but they're claiming James McGahee investigated this, and some guy named, looks like Captain Kangaroo, Robert Schaefer or something, says their flares dropped by an A-10. None of these people investigated this. There were 5 of us that investigated this. There were no debunkers. There were nobody gave copies of their videos to these people. They didn't ask.
I do have to say something unrelated in my usual off the wall way. Cupcake stepped into something, and I found it between her back toes and all kind of squished in there. Yeah, one of those shitty situations. Going to clear it out. When I'm done, I looked at the napkin. It was in all the little circles was in the shape along the edges of 2 edges of the napkin in the shape of the Phoenix Lights.
I'm sorry to hear Cupcake stepped in some Twitter.
Exactly. Got to have some fun with it, though. But it's just, one of the things.
Yeah, so anyway, continue with Cup.
Oh, no. It's been a great show, man. Great having you here to talk about this whole situation. You experienced it firsthand. This isn't just like someone actually going in and talking about it, who read about it or who's watched some videos. You were there and you were part of it. Now, the one thing that I'm sure there's a lot of new people on the show right now who are watching us who don't know your personal story. Can you tell us why you wound up in Phoenix to record this in the first place?
I didn't really seem to really dig that into my mind too much until 2019, or I would have probably brought it up before. I moved here in May of 1995, and sometime in early 95, I had this dream about a huge UFO, and I didn't know where it was. It was Phoenix or Albuquerque. It was an Independence Day type of situation, type dream, where life as we knew it ended. This ship was 70 something miles long. It was a big circle, and for once, people stopped talking about crap and started talking about, nobody's talking about, regular stuff. This
Yeah.
is the only story, the only story at all time,
But
anytime.
what part of the country were you
alien
living in when you had that dream?
South Dakota, so that was no good to them there.
Right.
This was so explicit. We had a blue Jeep Wrangler in it. This ship was vacuuming some people up. It was it's clearly a military operation. These weren't scientists that were taking over the planet. These were heavily armed half-breed humans, half gray, half human, 6 feet tall.
Wow.
They had something. I don't know what it was. Something they were holding. I assume it was shoots at you something. And so I thought that's pretty cool. We got to get down there.
And it was real enough to you to know that something was coming, to pack up the family and move the hell down to near Phoenix, where you actually witnessed it 6 months later.
No, that was 95. That's 2 years later.
Okay, 2 years later. I'm sorry.
The movie Independence Day hadn't even came out yet. That came out, I think, July of 96, something like that. But yeah, this dream was heavy motivation. We even had a blue Jeep by the time we drove down there. So I said, holy crap, it's coming true. Got the freaking car. I got the proper thing from the dream. What else is going to line up? Lots.
That does complete it. Problem is, I've already got the car from my dream. I just don't want them to come from the north like they're supposedly going to.
Yeah, we lived in a town that had a dead economy. It still is a dead economy. I don't even consider that area civilization. I mean, there's rocks in the middle of the Pacific that got more civilization going on than that place. So it was a win-win moving down here. And yeah, about 2 years, something later, about 2 years later, I geared up, had that Super VHS camera. I was out that night because I was doing all daytime sky watching. I was filming the Mexico City type hockey puck stuff. So I'd film those maybe at least 6-7 times, some decent videos before the Phoenix Lights. I'd went on the local news about a month and a half before and said NASA's wasting their time with rovers on Mars. Aliens are right over our head. And then
Bingo.
Just a month or two later, I was back on Channel 10 again going, guess what happened last night?
So, Tom, I guess you've got that same feeling as well, that SETI is nothing but a big psyop to go ahead and distract us and think there may be life way the hell out there, but probably not, because life is so, rare. But now they say there's over 100 million planets in our galaxy alone that are ripe for life like us. So it's just we keep on learning more and more about it every single day, and where it could take us.
Well, they can't. SETI is in a position where they can't admit one UAP sighting is real, not even if the military comes out and confirms it.
Well, they've been looking just out in deep space, not.
It's like $1 million worth of egg on their face. It's like, so you duped us the whole time that we should listen to static. These things were sitting there abducting people, and you smirked at that, and then you took your crazy stuff and you listened to static from 1 billion years ago.
Or to look at our space agency, who's been ignoring the things that have been coming into their live feed, cutting it out, and then focusing on, my God, we might be able to find signs of microbial life on another planet when we already have other stuff going on here that we're just forced to ignore.
Yeah, dude, this is just a difficult situation no matter what angle you come at it, whether you're a believer, abductor, experiencer, a scientist, or a skeptic. We're at the mercy of a government who's lied to us about everything all the time, everywhere. So how are we going? This is such Stockholm syndrome. How do you then trust them when they're, how do you trust the husband that's beating you to be nice? You got to get out of that.
How do you trust a pathological liar that I used to be married to? Hello, Maria. Someone who you listen to and you believe, and they're telling you all this stuff, yet everything that's coming out of their mouth is just pure bullshit and fantasy, but they come across completely convincing.
Well, I try to get to the point where I filter that out as just background noise. There's
Yeah.
dogs barking, looking, trying to chase the tires on cars. It could be a whole waste of time. One thing I've learned a lot in the last 12 months is I need to just manage my time real carefully what I'm doing. I got a lot invested in gear and time, and I need to focus that, and then family too, and then just do a decent balance with that. And I don't have time for the other stupid shit.
Yeah.
I won't get nothing done. You know, if Twitter existed now, if you think that people didn't get any video 26 years ago, they wouldn't get nothing now. Everybody's walking around with that thing in their hand that they're addicted to, and they ain't looking up. Hardly anybody. Like, we had 10,000 people at least see this 26 years ago. What would we have tonight? 10? Because everybody's doing this. Nobody's up doing that. Back in the 90s, we didn't have cell phones. We sat around socializing. We didn't have an instant attention span and all that stuff. Might be worse today. The only thing that I could say is if this happened today, and this case would start all over again, the infighting with these UFO groups would start right up. I would probably ignore that and start going right after surveillance tapes and trying to. I'm not even sure if this should be aired. Like, you can't work with the FBI because they'll just take your idea and steal it. Like, the boomerang back in the 90s would have been recorded on hundreds and hundreds of surveillance cameras. All these major high rises have them. They've always had security domes on them. And they would have had VHS tapes and stuff like that. Sky Harbor Airport probably has somewhere minimum 400 cameras on that thing. And nowadays, I mean, there's 400 of them in the parking lots alone. You get within 10 miles of that airport, you're videotaped from just cameras pointing everywhere. We got jails, we got prisons, we got federal buildings, we got courthouses. These things all have cameras pointing up in the sky. And then now we have neighbors and stuff. Almost about every fifth house down the street has camera systems like mine, except unfortunately they're pointing down. So I would go after that type of stuff today. Yeah. I would go after that type of surveillance stuff, but you would need the power of the FBI to get it, because you ain't going to go down to a big bank, or you ain't going to go to no airport and they start handing over security tapes, right? What would you guys do? Well, this would be a good idea for the audience. Now, like, what would be the best way to learn from any of the mistakes that happened 26 years ago and try not to make those again?
Record as much of the video as you can. Don't end it short. Get as much coverage as you can. Stabilize the image as best as you can. Write down the information after you have it so it stays fresh in your mind. Those would be my biggest suggestions for anything. And as Tom King would say, don't record it in portrait, go to landscape.
I've been seeing a lot of ring cam footage of strange objects in the sky on Reddit and other UFO sites that people are submitting their footage to. So there are cameras that are getting some of these things, but you were saying about like the parking lots, I think, and buildings, most of those cameras are pointed down. They're not necessarily pointed up in the sky. So I don't know how often they would catch something that's high in the sky.
Well, it's ring cameras. They have a fisheye lens. They're not pointed down. They're pointed out, and they're picking up a lot of stuff that's going on in front of people's places. And there's been a bunch of things that have flown around that, some of them beg the question what the heck they are. Now, there was a video I saw. God, I can see it. It was a really good capture from a GoPro 4K that was out set up in someone's backyard catching it. And they caught a freaking unbelievable great video of what looked like a cigar flying over their house, where it had this spinning electric field that kind of went behind it and pittered out. I wish I could. I'll have to see if I can go back and look for some of the videos I may have been in where I saw it. But I remember reviewing that video, and it was pretty compelling back at the time. And it just takes us to get out there and have cameras that can copy the feed, but more importantly, intelligently go through it, the word intelligently, and tell you where there's something real for you to need to look at. because you know what that can be like sometimes if you've got like hundreds of hours of stuff to fish through and only a couple good minutes of data coming out of it. Just you need some kind of good intelligence system with machine learning that adapts on the fly and takes in the feedbacks from so many good different things to help and get there. And it's where I was even talking with Tom King just last week about, it's almost we have all these different desperate platforms that are coming out there for recording UFOs and analyzing the data and doing the image analysis and everything. And these things will be trained by the initial people who train them, but also the data that comes into it. And what we truly need is this collective mindset that comes from all of these different platforms that helps give us this machine learning
years, Grant,
that has a lot of good data coming in it that we can bring up quickly versus all these desperate systems. Now, the big thing we've got issues is right now the systems with Enigma Labs, with Ryan Graves, and a whole bunch of these other organizations, MUFON. They're putting all this data together, but they're keeping all the systems and everything proprietary, even with UFO DAP.
That's one thing. Why would you block it off? Why would you? Why? No. There's something else to it. It's not a tomb. Now, last question of the night, Tim. How do I become a Knights Templar and get all the secrets?
Well, I mean, there are different venues you can go to kind of build your way up to being a Templar. I mean, certainly Freemasonry is one such path where there's you take a series of degrees, and then in the higher degrees, they reveal this Templar connection. There's also different Templar lineages out there. I certainly represent one. We have a priest study body known as the Templar Collegia. You go to www.templarcollegia.org. You can find a website. I think it's being worked on right now, so it might be down, but it's, you can apply and begin a study program where we try to get you all the fundamental things that we feel like you need to know before you're knighted as a Templar. So that's certainly another, venue for that. And then there are other bodies that call themselves Templar, but they're just more fraternal organizations out there that may not necessarily have any great secrets, but they do great charity work in the world, and they instill a code of chivalry where they respect the divine in people and the sacred in traditions, and they try to preserve that. So, there are different kind of venues there, but
do you
ultimately the secrets are revealed if you stick with it long enough.
I want the secrets, man. I want the secrets. Do I have to do any blood rites? Do I have to sign for my children?
No riding goats, no blood rites, no sacrificing of virgins, none of that.
Okay, all right. So none of that goes on. But do you have to have a religion involved in your life? Can an atheist become a Knights Templar?
Generally, Templars, all the Templar traditions say that you have to believe in a higher power, whatever that is to you.
Right.
We don't discriminate against. You could be whatever religion, or no religion. You can just believe in, God, whatever you choose to call it.
Could I be
what you call it?
Could I be a Pastafarian?
Well, I guess you could be. Most of the Templar teachings are geared towards certain what are known as hermetic principles, which suggest that all of this creation that we are living in right now is actually within the mind of a creator. So it's all the thought forms, it's all the mind stuff of the creator. So we are living in it. We're interacting with it. We're a part of it. It's kind of like the Force, and in fact, that's where that comes from in Star Wars. It's the same principle.
Right.
And but that we are within this mind field, this mind field, not a minefield, a mind with a D field, and that coming to greater attunement with that helps us to navigate our lives better, to live more in harmony with each other, and to live more in harmony with our planet and our universe, and to build structures and such that are in harmony with those universal laws, which are aspects of the mind of the creator. So
Are
you
there
can be any religion and come to that, or no religion and still come to that. So
Are there any physicists, hardcore scientists that are true atheists, right? That are they? I know, but are any of them Freemasons or Knights Templar?
Sure, there have been lots of Templar and Masonic scientists throughout history, and in fact,
No, I mean today.
Oh, today, sure, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I know several. I mean, they're not common names that you would.
But they're atheists. They're atheists. So when they come in and they believe in a higher power, do they go with that? Do they go with Star Wars and the Force?
Yes, somewhat. They tend to look at more like a quantum field, and the idea of I think it was Maxfield Planck who said that the more we look at the mechanisms of the universe, the more we realize it operates like a giant mind, or mind stuff. And this is kind of the basis of quantum entanglement. It's
okay,
this quantum field, what we call the quantum field now, the alchemists of 400 years ago referred to as the ether, but it was the same thing, had the same properties, and it's not unlike what in Star Wars refers to as the Force. So it's or what the Taoists would refer to as the way, the Tao. I mean, there's different names for the same thing, but ultimately it's this recognition that we're all bound together, and there is one mind, and we're all a part of it, and we just think ourselves as separate. But part of awakening is realizing that no, actually we're not separate. And that may be a hard pill for some people to swallow, but it's it's definitely something that the Templars teach, and it's something that we find in ancient Egypt. I mean, this is really the story of Osiris, right? Osiris is chopped up into pieces. So there are all these separate pieces which appear separate and distinct, but then Isis is able to bring them back together into the one. And when she brings them back into the one, Osiris is raised from the dead.
Right.
And now he has this new perspective. Well, this is what we do, right? I mean, we see the world as separate and in different pieces and separate from ourselves, and people as separate from ourselves. But as we come to this greater awakening, this gnosis or this enlightenment or whatever you want to call it, we come to recognize our actual connection with each other and with our universe and with all beings.
Man, what a great conversation tonight. I've learned so much. I'm going to leave you with this thought. All right. Brian Greene blows my mind. And I saw him make this statement the other day. I'm bringing this up because we're talking physics, we're talking spirituality, and you just brought up Max Planck.
Universe is a green dragon, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. So this is what Brian Greene said. He said the Planck scale is so small that if you take a single atom and blow it up to the size of the universe, and that's big. So let me repeat. You take an atom, a single atom, and you blow it up to the size of the universe, that the Planck scale would be the size of an apple tree.
Yeah.
Wrap your head around that for a second.
It's crazy.
That's
well, and going back to that Great Seal of the United States, what does it say on it? It says e pluribus unum, out of many, one, right? And this is that same principle. We think we're all separate. We think it's all many, but they all go back into the one. And this is the game. This is the path. This is the quest that we're all on of self-discovery, to connecting with this in different ways. So,
well, have a great, safe trip to Egypt, my friend. I know everybody that you're going there with, and you guys are gonna rock the house. And Sid, my producer, he's on his way.
We'll miss you there.
Yeah, I know. Johnny Enoch's going to be there. Ben's going to be there. You're going to be there. A couple of other friends of mine are arriving later on in the month. I don't want to discuss that live on the air, but you guys are going to have a great, amazing time. And I can't wait to talk to everybody when you get back. That includes you, my friend. So thank you so much, Tim. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with all of us tonight. What a great conversation.
Well, it's great chatting with you as always. Look forward to more in the future.
You're the absolute very best, Timothy Hogan. And the links for Timothy's book are below. You can go to Amazon and check that out. Have a safe trip. I'll see you when you get back.
Great. Thanks, Jimmy.
The very best, Timothy Hogan. And again, the links for Timothy are below. And I think I've even got, I've got both of his websites right there. This is Fade to Black. I am your host, Jimmy Church. Now, tomorrow night, Vivian Chauvet is with us. We've got a great week coming up here on Fade to Black. Tomorrow night, Vivian Chauvet. Let me see here. What have I got going on this week? Oh, man, I can't remember everything. But tomorrow night's Vivian Chauvet. We've got everything up on the website. I'm your host, Jimmy Church. This is Fade to Black. I can't even remember my week here on Fade to Black. Oh, wait a minute. I have it here. Vivian Chauvet tomorrow night. Oh, yeah, Wednesday night, Chuck Fay. He's here from Hong Kong. He's going to be live with me right here in the bunker. He's Hong Kong's radio UFO guy. You all know Chuck. He's with me on Wednesday night. And then Thursday night, Ronnie LeBlanc is with us, Expedition Bigfoot. It's a full night of Bigfoot on Wednesday night. Fade to Black is produced by Hilton J. Palm, Renee, Dennis, and Kevin. Webmaster is Drew the Geek. Music, Doug Aldridge. Intro, Spaceboy, spaceboymusic.com. Fade to Black is produced by KJCR for the Game Changer Network. And this broadcast is owned and copyrighted 2023 by Fade to Black and the Game Changer Network, Inc. It cannot be rebroadcast, downloaded, copied, or used anywhere in the known universe without written permission from Fade to Black of the Game Changer Network. I'm your host, Jimmy Church. Until tomorrow night with Vivian, be safe. Go back, Lee Tappy.
And so I reached out to somebody, and she had me on her show, and that's the first time that I had the experience of going, okay, I'm not crazy, and that led me down a path, and I ended up being a co-host on the BDRP and getting into the research side of things. And then I had my sightings there, when I went out in the field, and it just kind of snowballed on me. And I felt like I needed to give somebody, or give everybody that was having these experiences, a safe platform. Because a lot of times you can't even talk to family about this stuff. And God knows you can't go to a therapist about it. So even if, and we don't pretend to be therapists or nothing, but if we can give you an ear to bend, or maybe help you with what we've seen and get your mind wrapped around it. And, that's what we offer. So that's kind of where it all started.
For you, what do you want people to know about these creatures? Whether it's Dogman, whether it's Bigfoot, or any other cryptid that is on there, because for a lot of people out there, there's still stigma
Mhm.
attached to this topic. How real is this for you, and what do you want people to know?
I think the first thing that needs to be that people need to realize is if you went to a state park or if you went to a national park or almost anywhere really with um you probably walk right by these things. And I hear this all the time about, I've been hunting all my life, I've been out indoors, I've never seen one. Well, were you looking for it? Because these things are masters of their environment, I think. And there's a lot of different opinions. Dave, even me and you have different opinions. And but on my side of things, I think what I've been dealing with as far as I think there's several different phenomenon that we're dealing with out there. But the physical creatures is what I'm talking about right now. The physical creatures, they need to be treated with the same respect any apex predator out there does. And you've got to respect your apex predators, because if you don't, they will literally bite you in the butt. And I think that's the number one thing out there. I want people to respect these critters and learn that they're not necessarily these big scary monsters out there. They're monstrous, but they're not monsters. Does that make any sense?
Well, I think it does. And, you know, you made an interesting comment there. You've talked to hunters who've come up to you and said, I've been hunting 20, 30, 40 years in these backwoods and never seen a thing. I don't believe it's there. I don't believe it exists. I would have found it with the amount of time I have spent out in the forest. I got buddies like that in my town too. And, they laugh at me. They think it's a joke that
Mhm.
I go around spending my weekends looking for a mythical monster. Yet, for those of us who have had those encounters or that sighting,
Mhm.
I mean, it is life altering. How did everything change your life after you got involved and started having these encounters?
You know, and I have to go back to my first encounter. That opened my eyes to other that there's things out there that we do not understand. And ha- when I got into it and I started doing the boots on the ground stuff, and I had more sightings, I had more encounters. And not only with these physical creatures, these other phenomena that are out there, you begin to you have to be open minded, because you're dealing with so much more that you I think it changes your perception of reality. In a way, it shatters your reality. Because I know a lot of people talk about when and if we have disclosure. I think we will have disclosure. We can talk about that later. But um, that it's going to shatter people's reality. But those of us that has had in these encounters have already had our reality shattered. And finding out we can't, and I'll steal a line from my good buddy Jason, we can't say what they are because we don't know what they aren't. So
I think that's a great line. I mean, that's the big thing, and this is where I it tests my patience with the cryptid world, because look, there are a lot of people, and I believe you. I will put you in this category, who believe we're dealing with flesh and blood creatures here.
right.
There are people who believe that we are dealing with something a little bit more spiritual. We have people who believe that they are forest people and clans of humanoids that have evolved in the forest. We have people who believe they're shapeshifters and or interdimensional type creatures and have some sort of superpower, as weird as that may sound. There are a lot of eclectic thoughts regarding this creature. And the one thing that